The meeting of the South Carolina Real Estate Commission today is Wednesday, November the 19th, 2025, located at 110 Centerview Drive in King Street Building, Columbia, South Carolina. Members of the public who wish to observe may do so by live streaming, llr.sc.gov, by video. Public notice of this meeting was properly posted at the South Carolina Real Estate Commission office, Synergy Business Park, King Street Building, and on the Commission website, and provided to all requesting persons, organizations, and news media in compliance with Section 30-4-80 of the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act. At this time, I'm going to call on Commissioner Mitchell to have our invocation.
Let us pray. Our Father in heaven, we come to you this morning to say thank you. Thank you for allowing us to be here another day. We thank you for safe travel. We thank you, God, for just being who you are. We ask now that you come into this meeting and be with us today as we of the Real Estate Commission. We ask that we use not only compassion, but we use our discernment to do what is best in your name. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Stand with me, please, for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, republic for which it stands, one. We'll have at this time the introduction of our commissioners.
Tommy Dugas, public appointee.
Morning. Alan Wilkerson, 2nd Congressional District.
Andy Lee, 3rd Congressional District.
Randy Duncan, Advice Counsel to the Board.
John Reinhardt, 5th Congressional District. David Burnett.
And Al Mitchell, 6th Congressional District.
Gary Pickering, Member at Large.
Daniel Moskowitz, 1st Congressional District.
Erica Wade, Board Executive.
Ashlyn Brown, Administrative Coordinator.
Ebony Best, Administrative Coordinator.
Introduction of our commissioners and staff. How about the approval of excused absences? Do we have any excused absences?
Mr. Chair, I think Commissioner Stackhouse may be late this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Wade. We have before you the minutes of the commission meeting on October the 18th. Moment review.
Chairman, I don't know how they write up the minutes, but I see unanimous vote. Back to case number 2024. I did vote no, and there's unanimous. I don't know if they just put unanimous because it's majority, but I did vote no.
You would make correction to those minutes, please, Ms. Wade. Thank you. The purpose of the Real Estate Commission is to regulate the real estate industry. Excuse me. I apologize. We have to vote to approve the minutes of the meeting with the change. So, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I was not in attendance, so I did not vote.
Thank you. So noted.
Same thing, Mr. Chairman. I was not here last.
Thank you. Any others?
Actually, I think I wasn't here either.
All right, we'll move on to the next item. The purpose of the Real Estate Commission is to regulate the real estate industry so as to protect the public's interest when involved in a real estate transaction. The Commission also investigates complaints and conducts applications and disciplinary hearings in accordance with state statutes and regulations. This time we have application hearings this morning, and I'm going to ask Carlos Prevet, if you would.
Commissioner, my apologies. Before we start, did we approve the agenda?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I overlooked that. I appreciate that. You have before you the agenda Do I have a motion to approve, or is there a change that you have to the agenda? Moved. We have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. So approved. All right. Up, Mr. Carlos Privet. Is it Privet? Privet. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Privet. This hearing is called to order. There is a quorum of the commission present. This is the matter of Carlos Privet. Does any member of the commission have reason to recuse themselves from considering this application? The purpose of this matter is to determine whether the applicant can be approved to take the broker's licensing exam. This hearing will be conducted in accordance with the provisions of the South Carolina Administrative Procedures Act and the statutes and regulations of the South Carolina Real Estate Commission. Everyone is reminded that these proceedings are being recorded, that all witnesses must be sworn before they testify. All remarks should be directed to the chair. Court reporter, please swear in the applicant.
Yes.
Please raise your right hand so I can swear you in. Do you
Yes.
please state and spell your first and last name?
Carlos J. Privet.
Can you spell it?
Carlos Jprivette.
Thank you.
Privet, are you represented by an attorney?
No.
You understand that you have the right to be represented by an attorney of your own choosing in this matter?
Yes.
You're electing to waive that right and represent yourself, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you have any witnesses that you intend to call to testify on your behalf?
Yes, I have one witness.
Let's swear in the witness, please. Ms. Wade, does the commissioners receive the complete application package?
Yes, they have.
Wade, please make certain that the court reporter and Mr. Privet have a copy of the application hearing materials included in the commission's package to be marked as State's Exhibit 1. This shall include Mr. Privet's application, 3 pages, Mr. Privet's history explanation form, 2 pages, Mr. Privet's North Carolina orders and supplemental documents, 76 pages, Mr. Privet's SR&I report, 3 pages. What questions did staff have concerning this application, Ms.?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, Mr. Privet submitted a broker's application on March 20th, 2025. Due to the answer of yes to personal history questions 1, have you ever had an application for a license/certificate to practice a profession or occupation refused or denied by a licensing board, commission, or other entity? And 2, has any disciplinary action have been taken against you by a professional licensing board or entity in any state? The application cannot be approved at staff level. The license history and concern includes in 2002, Mr. Privet's North Carolina dental license was suspended in 2018. His North Carolina dental license was revoked in 2022. Mr. Privet's North Carolina real estate license was suspended.
Mr. Privet, are you ready to show us why you should be approved to sit for the exam despite the issues that were raised by staff?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Good morning, members of the Real Estate Commission and staff. I would like to thank you for allowing me to explain what has happened in my dental career and real estate career. My career as a dentist started in July of 1998, and as a new dentist starting a private dental practice, I had no idea the intricate details and pertinent regulations that were involved in the dental profession. They were not explained in dental school. I received my first complaint in August of 1999, just over a year after practicing dentistry. This complaint and 3 other complaints resulted in a consent order with my North Carolina Dental Board, where my license was suspended for 60 days in 2001. I took full responsibility for what had happened, from performing a bad root canal, an ill-fitting crown, not referring complex cases, and charging for a procedure that was not performed. This resulted in me stepping back and getting a mentor to help me through some major details that were missing. This mentor died just 2 years later in 2004. From June 2001 until October 2017, I had no complaints or investigations from the North Carolina Dental Board. In October of 2017, I received a notice of hearing and a request for 100 dental charts, and I had no idea what the charts were requested for. During the process, I found out it was for billing. I fully cooperated with the dental board and found out there were some clinical issues that needed to be addressed, and there were some coding issues that had some problems. I fully accepted responsibility for what had happened and paid my dues back to the Medicaid program in North Carolina. I attached the letter with my application. In 2004, I completed and passed the North Carolina real estate exam and became a salesperson in North Carolina. I went on in 2005 and became a full broker in real estate in North Carolina. I have been practicing real estate in North Carolina since 2004 and as a broker since 2005, and have not had any issues with any clients, of which many I have served multiple times. That's 20 years in the real estate industry with no issues or complaints. In 2022, I had a hearing with the North Carolina Real Estate Commission due to the final agency decision that I had with the North Carolina Dental Board order that happened in 2018. I fully disclosed what had happened to the North Carolina Real Estate Commission in a timely manner to them, and they suspended my license for what had happened for the North Carolina Dental Board order in 2018 for 2 years. Other than that, I have not had any real estate issues with the North Carolina Real Estate Commission. I have found that I love practicing real estate, and I have a passion for it since 2004, and would love to get my real estate broker license in South Carolina. I have been practicing under the same real estate broker, Mr. Eric Edwards, for 18 years, which you will hear from later, and have not had any problems. I am glad to be able to share this information with you today, and hopefully you will allow me to practice real estate in South Carolina, and I promise you will not have any issues from me in the state. I have passed the 30-hour Broker A Unit 3 and 30-hour Broker B Unit 3 course in March of this year, and would love to practice real estate in the state.
Beth, would you like to have your witness testify at this time?
Yes.
Swear the witness in, please.
Make sure you speak English.
For a report, please note that Mr. Stackhouse, Commissioner Stackhouse, has joined us. Thank you, sir. Please state your name and proceed, please.
Yes, my name is Eric Edwards. I am the owner and broker in charge for Mr. Carlos Pavette in North Carolina. I'm the owner of Champion Realty and Investments, in which company I started in 2004. This is actually where Mr. Pavette and I met in North Carolina Brokers class, and we've had a relationship then. He came over in 2006 to work with me. Just as he stated, it's been no real estate issues whatsoever during that time. And as he explained, the suspension came because of another professional licensing board. I've never had an issue with him, and I don't foresee any issues here in South Carolina. So I don't think you guys will have one problem with him.
Edwards, you're a broker in North Carolina,
Yes, that is correct.
and your office is in North Carolina.
Yes, it's in Clayton, North Carolina, yes.
Commissioners, questions?
Couple questions, please. First, for his broker, do you know how many transactions during that time he's been involved in? Estimated.
I can't give you a direct number, but Mr. Pavette averages somewhere in about 7 transactions per year, anywhere from 7 to 10 transactions per
How many
year.
years again has he been with you? So since 2000 and,
Yes, he came with me in 2006, so he's been with me for 19 years.
over 100 transactions?
Correct.
Mr. Privet, do you understand the difference in South Carolina between a broker and a salesman's license? You're asking for a broker's license, but in South Carolina, there's different levels. We start at salesman, and then you become broker. You can apply to be a broker after many years. So are you asking to sit for the salesman, or are you asking to try to sit for the broker?
Associate.
For the broker license, I've been a broker in North Carolina since 2005.
I'll let you.
So we're a little different. In South Carolina, to be a broker, you'd have to have been an associate licensee for at least 2 years. So step one in South Carolina is associate license. Step two would be broker. So you can't jump the first one. You see what I'm saying?
I
Different
believe
terminology.
I believe Mr. Pravat is applying under the reciprocity agreement that we have with North Carolina.
Correct.
Which, should we need to, we can discuss more in executive session.
I think we'll need to talk about that in executive session, but not right now. I mean,
Yes,
I
sir.
think we should ask questions first. I'm not really interested in the malpractice. That doesn't bother me. I mean, that's another profession. I get it. What I'm more concerned about is the Medicaid, Medicare fraud. So how long ago was that? What dollar figure are we talking about? How many instances was that?
So the investigation started in 2017, and so that's when they had requested 100 charts. And so they did a hearing in 2018, in October 2018, for those 100 charts. And so I had to pay money back to the state of North Carolina, $470,000, and I paid it back to the state. And what was your other question?
About that, were criminal charges ever filed?
No, criminal charges were never filed.
Get paid the 470 back completely.
Yes, I have a letter attached with the DOJ in the packet.
Question, just for clarity purpose, you were practicing real estate when this came about?
Yes.
So this came as a result of a complaint, even though you were already out of the business?
So no, I was in the business. I did not get out of the business until October of 2018 when they revoked my license. So they requested the dental charts in 2017. So I was still practicing dentistry, and I've been practicing real estate since 2004.
Okay, so you were doing both? Okay. I was just trying to figure out how you got a license. I guess that's okay.
Mr. Privet, I see in the North Carolina Real Estate Commission order, looks like your license was suspended for 5 years. Is it, so you'd mentioned 2 years. Was it reduced to 2 years?
So it was reduced for 2 years of active suspension, yes.
Okay. So it is back active now then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Since that was 2022. I also see that it says cannot be a broker in charge for 10 years. That would be 2032 before you could be a broker in charge in North Carolina. Is that correct? Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Have any additional questions?
Thank you. I appreciate it. I think Commissioner Wilkerson probably helped clarify some of that, because I was having trouble following some of the dates. I've been jotting them down to make sure I kind of had it. But so actually, the suspension with North Carolina Real Estate, taking the dental out, occurred in 2022. It was a 5-year suspension that they gave 24 months active, effective immediately. Does that mean you're still on like probation for the other 3 years? I'm just
No.
trying to understand that.
No, so they did a 5-year suspension and reduced it to 2 years active suspension. Yes.
They added that 10 years, no broker in charge, must tell all brokers in charge of disciplinary action taken in this matter, dealing with other brokers.
That's correct.
Okay.
One last question on the Medicare fraud. When was the last act of fraud?
So the last act of fraud was in 2015 because they pulled the charts from 2012 to 2015.
Is there any additional relevant evidence that you want us to consider in this matter?
No.
Thank you. Is there a motion to go into executive session for legal advice, or is there a motion? Matter.
Motion we go into executive session where we can receive legal advice and no votes will be taken.
Second.
Motion, a second, to go into executive session where we will seek legal advice. No votes will be taken. So if you will excuse us, we will begin moving. We need a motion.
Aye.
Okay. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. So moved. This was sought, no votes were taken.
Chair, so moved.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Commissioners, any further questions of the respondent in regard to this?
I just was curious. I think you did answer this already. You said there was a rather substantial amount of restitution that had to be paid, and that has now been paid?
Yes.
Did they give you a time frame? I mean, you had to do that, or just,
It was like within 2 years.
that's all taken care of? All right, thank you.
Commissioners, is there a motion in regard to this application?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that the applicant allowed to be, to take the exam for the associate's license, that his application be amended and all fees paid be applied to that application, and the North Carolina ruling be followed from a time perspective that he cannot apply for the broker or broker in charge license until 2032, I believe is the date.
We have a motion. Discussion on the motion. All in favor of the motion, excuse me, we need a second. We have a second to the motion.
I do have a question. There's a situation where you would prefer, before he were to move broker in charge, that he reappear before us.
Yes, he would, to apply for the broker or broker in charge license, within that time frame, he would have to appear before the commission again.
Thank you for
I'd
that.
like to amend my motion to add that.
So amended. Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second to the motion, to the amended motion?
Second.
Have a motion to second to the amended motion. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed due to the $500,000 fraud committed against the federal government. I'm voting no.
Thank you,
So,
Commissioner Pickering.
Also,
We have two who have voted no. So record, please. Privet, what they are going to, if my understanding is correct, allow you to do is apply any funds that you have paid toward a license, non-broker license, and modify your application accordingly, should you so desire, okay, to do that. That was part of the motion, as I understood it, and it was approved. The decisions that we announced today, the decision we announced today, expresses the basic elements of the ruling in this matter. Advice counsel for the commission will prepare a document which more fully expresses our conclusions in the appropriate language and the format which the commission traditionally uses. The final written decision must be approved by and signed by me as chair of the commission, and will be the final order in this matter. It will then be served on you as an applicant. Wish to appeal our order, you have 30 days from receipt of the date of the order to appeal. Concludes this matter.
Thank you.
Isha Brazier. Hearing's called to order. A quorum of the commission is present. This is a matter of Natisha Brazier. Any member of the commission have reason to be recused from considering this application? The purpose of this matter is to determine whether the applicant can be approved to take the associate license exam. This hearing will be held in accordance with the provisions of the South Carolina Administrative Procedures Act and the statutes and regulations of the South Carolina Real Estate Commission. These proceedings are being recorded, and that all witnesses must be sworn before they testify. All remarks are to be directed to the chair. Court reporter, please swear in the applicant.
Natasha Brazier, Natasha Brazier, B as in boy, R-A-Z, like zebra, I-E-R. Thank you. Please raise your right hand so I can swear you in. I do.
Ms. Brazier, are you represented by an attorney?
Sir.
You understand that you have the right to be represented by an attorney of your own choosing in this matter?
I do.
Did you receive the notice of this hearing that was sent out? In that notice, you were advised of your right to have an attorney represent you in this matter. Is that correct?
I was.
So you've decided not to obtain an attorney, and you will be representing yourself today. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you have any witnesses that you intend to call to testify on your behalf?
I do.
Would you give us their full name and have them stand at this time, and we'll swear them in?
Christina Strictly Wilde and Jermaine Gilmore.
You would please stand and be sworn in by the court reporter. You would come forward, please, and take a seat beside the respondent.
Commissioners, what Commissioner Pickering was mentioning to me is that it appears based on the initial application packet that there may be some discussion of private medical issues during this hearing, and so he was recommending that we make this a closed hearing to keep that information private.
This time, we'll ask all of you who are not part of this hearing, if you would excuse yourself. I'll ask staff to stay. Witness.
Did we get an official motion on the closed session?
Okay, we have a motion for closed session.
We've always done that.
We have a motion for the closed session.
Second.
All right, motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Second, the coming out of closed? Yes, I did. Okay.
Bless you. Thank you. Bless you.
We have a motion and a second to come out of closed session where legal advice was sought and for closed session. Do we have all in favor of coming out of closed session? Let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are out of closed session. Frazier, do you have any other information relevant that questions by the commission?
I believe Mr. Pickering might have a motion.
I happily move that Ms. Brazier be allowed to take the exam. I think she's a very nice woman and has a very strong person. I don't want to get into it because it was closed session, but I just want to say that you're very strong and your witness was very strong for you. So thank you for your honesty.
Thank you, sir.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Is there any who object? All right. Frazier, you have been approved to take the
Thank you. Thank you all.
decision that we announced. You'll receive additional information regarding this ruling. So thank you for being here.
Staff will be in touch with you for next steps. Okay, you're welcome.
At this time, we're going to take a 5-minute personal comfort break, please. To order, this hearing is called to order. A quorum of the commission is present. This is the matter of Shaquan Davis. Ms. Davis, Mr. Davis, would you step forward? Any member of the commission have reason to be recused from considering this application? The purpose of this matter is to determine whether the applicant can be approved to take the associate license exam. This hearing will be held in accordance with the provisions of the South Carolina Administrative Procedures Act and the statutes and regulations of the South Carolina Real Estate Commission. Everyone is reminded these proceedings are being recorded, that all witnesses must be sworn before they testify. All remarks are to be directed to the chair. Court reporter, please swear in the applicant.
Juan Davis, S-H-A-Q-U.
Mr. Davis, are you represented by an attorney?
No, sir.
You understand you have the right to be represented by an attorney of your choosing in this matter, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You're electing to waive that right and represent yourself instead? Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct? Do you have any witnesses that you intend to call to testify on your behalf?
No, sir, just me.
You received the notice of this hearing that was sent out, and in that notice, you were also advised of your right to have an attorney represent you in this matter. Did you
Yes.
receive that? So you have decided not to obtain an attorney and to represent yourself, is that correct?
That's correct.
You say you have any witnesses?
No, sir.
Okay. Ms. Wade, did the commissioners receive the complete application package?
Yes, they have.
Ms. Wade, please make certain the court reporter and Mr. Davis have a copy of the application hearing materials included in the commission's package to be marked as State Exhibit 1. This includes Mr. Davis's application, 4 pages, his criminal history explanation, 2 pages, the court documents, 3 pages, and Mr. Davis's SR&I report, 4 pages. Ms. Wade, what questions did staff have concerning this application?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, Mr. Davis submitted an associate application on September 20th, 2025. Upon review, it was determined the application could not be approved at staff level because background checks reported prior criminal history. Mr. Davis did provide a criminal history explanation. The criminal history of concern was for pleading guilty, no contest, of being convicted of in 2013 receiving stolen goods, value more than $2,000, less than $10,000, and in 2017, unlawful carrying of a pistol.
Davis, are you ready to show us why you should be approved to sit for the exam despite the issues raised by staff?
Yes, sir.
Please.
Okay, and in 2003 with the receiving stolen goods, I was fresh home from college, and I think it was like the first week as soon as I got home from college, and one of my old buddies had asked me to pick him up from the house. I went to pick him up, and he put a TV in the back of my mom's truck. So I didn't realize that he had broken into his neighbor's house, and she witnessed him putting the TV into my truck. So she gave the police the description of my mom's truck, and they came and they arrested me for, I think it was 2nd-degree burglary. And then once we went to court, I told them everything, and they dropped it down to receiving stolen goods. And in that matter, I took the plea, but I was young then, and I didn't realize that a TV was not more than $2,000, and I just was trying to get it behind me at the time and rush through the process and accepted this plea. And in that plea, it ended up revoking my gun license privileges, and that's how I ended up with the unlawful carrying of a pistol for 2017. when I didn't realize that charge had revoked my gun rights, and that's what happened with the unlawful carrying of a pistol. But it was just a fine. They took the pistol that was discovered, and they just gave me a fine for that unlawful carrying. And I also paid the restitution and the fine for the receiving stolen good. But I'm just here to try to move forward and go into the real estate. I'm currently in school at York Tech, doing trying to get my general contractor license. Well, finish the course to apply for the license, and then it's going to real estate, construction, try to make it all tie together.
Questions you have for Davis? Davis, I'll ask one. Have you talked with a real estate broker?
I know a couple real estate brokers. I know quite a few from like my area, and my aunt, she's a good friend of mine. Well, she's my aunt, but we have a relationship as friends, and we talk. And she's a realtor. I think she got her license maybe when I was taking the class in 2022. So she gives me a lot of advice on the real estate, how I should go about doing certain things.
Question, in the 2017 traffic stop, how did the police officer discover the weapon?
It was under my seat, under my driver's seat.
So he did a inspection of the car, or?
Yeah, he did an inspection of the car. He said he had smelled marijuana, but I think it was just a routine. I was at my mom's house, and it was like not a great community, so I think it was kind of like a targeted. But it was just I think I had a simple possession also with that unlawful carrying of a pistol. So it was I think he said he smelled the odor of marijuana that gave him consent to search.
Weapon registered?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But they put the wrong weapon into the warrant. So once I told my lawyer that's what really pushed everything to just the fines. It was like the bare minimum fines that they could do. But I guess I didn't know if they turned in the wrong weapon, but that wasn't the right weapon that I had in the car. It wasn't on the arrest warrant.
Mr. Davis, I will say the idea of the construction license with the real estate license, good idea.
Thank you. And I only got 2 more semesters left, finishing up with to get my general contractor courses finished, and then I'll be trying to take the test.
Mr. Chair, if I may make a motion to allow Mr. Davis to sit for the exam.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Mr. Davis, you have been approved to sit for the exam.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you, guys.
Ms. Harvard, you're the next hearing. Go ahead and come on up. Hand them out now.
Go ahead and hand them out.
Yeah, just hand them out before we get started. Ms. Harvard, that
Yes,
she's
ma'am.
passing out. We will make sure to formally move it into evidence during the hearing.
Hearing is called to order. Quorum of the commission is present. This is the matter of Tara Harvard. Does any member of the commission have reason to be recused from considering the application? The purpose of this hearing will be held in accordance with the provisions of the South Carolina Administrative Procedures Act and the statutes and regulations of the South Carolina Real Estate Commission. Everyone's reminded the proceedings are being recorded and that all witnesses must be sworn before they testify. All remarks are to be directed to the chair. Court reporter, please swear in the applicant.
I'm Tiara Harvard, Tiara, and Harvard, Harvard. Yes.
Ms. Harvard, are you represented by counsel?
No, sir.
Understand? Right to be represented by counsel of your own choosing in this matter?
Yes.
You're elected to waive that right and represent yourself, is that correct?
Yes.
You received notice of the hearing that was sent out?
Yes.
In that notice, you give the right to counsel in the matter, is that
Yes.
correct?
Mhm.
And you're electing defend yourself?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Do you have any witnesses that you intend to call, Ms. Harvard?
No.
Wade, did the commissioners receive the complete package of the application package?
Yes, they have.
Wade, please make certain that the court reporter and Ms. Harvard have a copy of the application hearing materials included in the commission's packet to be marked as States Exhibit 1, which shall include Ms. Harvard's application, 4 pages, her criminal history explanation form, 1 page, Ms. Harvard's SR&I report, 3 pages. What questions did staff have concerning this application?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, Ms. Harvard submitted an associate application on November 30th, 2024. Upon review, it was determined the application could not be approved at staff level because background checks reported prior criminal history. Ms. Harvard provided a criminal history explanation criminal history explanation. Criminal history of concern was pleading guilty, no contest of being convicted of in 2018 manufacture, possession of Schedule 1, 2, or 3 substance with the intent to distribute, and in 2018 child endangerment.
Harvard, are you ready to show us why you should be approved to sit for the exam despite the issues raised by staff?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Okay. What I gave y'all was 5 pieces of document on what I did so far from my release. I got out 2021. I have learned from my mistake, and the child endangerment, what I can say for that, DSS have not been involved at all, and I still have them with me to this day. The first document is me showing my account that I use for Workday. I'm in the healthcare field. I've been in the healthcare field for 13 years. So when I got out, it was a blessing to return back to that field. And that first document is basically showing the hire date, which is fairly close to my release date. So, and I have that till this day. The second piece of document that I have is me just transitioning my license in different states, getting licensure, and I got just approved to work in Pennsylvania. And the next 3 documents are letters of recommendations that I have from people that I have known for a long time. So far that I've been out, I have not been in no trouble, which is, I'm very proud of myself. And how I got into real estate, one day I was at work and I was just thinking to myself, like, you know, you're too smart to be doing where you at. And I was on Indeed and I put in like 1,000 applications. And the only person who contacted me was Caleb Williams, representing me with the opportunity to do something I do have a passion for. So I went along with it. Long story short, they paid for it, and I went with everything. They paid for it. I completed it through very hard, trying times, and like I'm gonna keep doing the best that I can do. That's all I say.
Tell us about the 2018 manufacture. With us about that.
Okay, it was marijuana. It was peeweed or marijuana. They have it classified like that, but at the end of the day, it was marijuana. It was marijuana. I had got caught with almost over a pound, 473 grams.
Conditions on your probation or any conditions right now that you're under?
No, when I was incarcerated, I actually waived it when I went up because I was a short timer. I had got sentenced to 3 years nonviolent, and I did 19 months, so I wanted to do everything out.
So once you got released, you're free of all?
Nothing. I had to do nothing. I had to get my license back, which I did. I did that. I did everything I had to do.
The nursing license back, or the?
Yes, I actually got out in time to pay for it to get it reinstated, so I ain't had to do nothing extra with that.
So, I'm not well versed in this, but a pound seems like a lot.
Now, in the state of law, it is, but no.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Just making sure I'm clear. So you had your nursing license before the incarceration,
Yes, sir.
and then when you got out, you were able to keep your nursing
Yes, sir.
in South Carolina. And
Yes,
then
sir.
subsequent, now I know you showed Pennsylvania.
Yes, sir.
Currently have a real estate license in Georgia.
No, I never had real estate. I applied for it, like, once I do sit for the test, I click that option, but I have never, this is like my first. I never.
Application said reciprocity with Georgia.
Well, I took it as I guess when I do sit for the testing, like, I guess it was giving me the option if I wanted to do that. That's how I took it. So that's why I clicked that. I checked that on the application.
So do we have you've already taken your pre-licensing class? I think you said.
Yes, I got
Keller
a
Williams.
certificate and everything. I already did all of that.
But do you have all that in the packet?
No, I
Staff?
don't. I should have brought that, but no, I don't.
I'm sorry, I meant staff. The reason is, if you apply under reciprocity, they're not looking for some of that information. So, because that means you're already licensed in the state you're applying from. And so that's why I just want to make sure they have the proper documentation in your packet. They may need to get that from whoever did your pre-licensing.
Okay. Well, I know, like I said, I did with Carolyn Williams. Like I said, this is my first time just going through the whole flow of things. So if I did do the application wrong, I will redo it. But I know I was in my mind, I was doing it to sit for the salesperson. Yeah.
Mr. Burnett, on the application, I do see under real estate education that she does indicate that she has completed Unit 1 and Unit 2 with Kaplan Real Estate Education. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So, and she checked that she did not believe that she was exempt from the pre-license.
Tell us from your 19-month experience of being incarcerated, what you learned about yourself and learned about what you're looking for in the future.
What I learned about myself is that no matter what, as long as I have my name, well, mainly my heart, my name, that wherever I come across, I'm going to do it instead of it doing me. And I did me, you know. That's why I really got into real estate. I got into my passion, like just me. And having a balance of understanding the things around me, to know about it, so I can, know what to do when to do it. So, yeah.
I'd like to hear about the child endangerment charge.
He was when I got pulled over, I was actually coming back from Miami, and I was going back home the next day. My dad had him, and I went to go pick him up. At the time when I was calling myself doing what I was doing, I did a silly move, and I left the marijuana in the trunk. So, and I had to drive from Greenville to Greenwood to get my son. When I picked him up, I was in good spirits. I just came back from a good trip, still had money, going to get my son, vibing to the music, speeding, and that's how I got blue lighted. Had my son in the back seat. I didn't pull over right away, but then I did eventually. When I had turned back around, I seen how my son's car seat was, and I was like, "Nah, this is wrong." But yeah, I stopped, and I was honest with the police officer. He gave me an opportunity for my dad to come pick up my son, and it's just a blessing that DSS nobody never got involved. So, and then while I was locked away, family, I had very great family support, so everybody was there. He didn't have to. It wasn't nothing extra. No big people had to get involved.
Question, so when you say no big people, you talking about?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, I just want to be clear.
Sorry.
Harvard, seems like a little over a year since you took the licensing course. Have you done anything real estate related?
I read, I still study. I refreshing my memory. I don't want to pile too much on me until I get through this part, but I do keep my memory refreshed.
Just as far as involvement, any real estate activity?
Not yet, but I did my research on some convictions and things I would like to show up to. I do have knowledge of those events.
Harvard, have you met with a broker in charge and spoken with them individually?
Yes, at Keller Williams, just to give them thanks for the opportunity they gave me, and I will be seeing them again once I complete other steps.
By the commission? Harvard, is there any additional relevant information or evidence that you want us to consider?
No, sir.
And Mr. Chairman, just so we can have it noted in the record, the 5-page document that Ms. Harvard provided, can we have that marked as Respondent's Exhibit Number 1 for the record? Thank you, ma'am.
I can ask a question in regards to this. I see very, very interested and very positive, but I don't see any signatures of anyone.
Well, I didn't, they gave,
Bear with me.
everybody, they've been very busy. Like I said, the most of the people I know they're in the healthcare field, but I did get their permission over the phone. I just have not have time to actually see them in person. So that's why there's no signatures. But I did have their permission. And they have copies too, but I have not got around to no signatures. You're welcome.
Mr. Chair, question for Advice Council. Should we note that we need to delete the reciprocity section of the application just?
Yes, sir, I believe so. Because Ms. Harvard is not currently licensed in Georgia, per her own testimony today, her application is not an application via reciprocity. Should she wish to, if she's approved today, And should she wish to seek licensure in Georgia, then when she applies in Georgia, she could potentially be applying in Georgia under their reciprocity. But for our purposes, it's not a reciprocity application.
Harvard, could you state where your primary residence is?
It's 114 Winter Way, apartment Greenwood.
That is in what state?
It's South.
In South. Is there a motion to go into executive session for legal advice, or is there a motion in regards to the disposition of this matter?
A motion that we allow Ms. Harvard to sit for the exam. And Ms. Harvard, if you are allowed to sit the exam, I would strongly recommend that you go back and review and refresh your mind from everything in that unit book, as well as reading the state law. Start at 4057. Read it. It's been a while since you've taken the class, and so you're going to need to refresh it. It's going to be your best opportunity to pass the test is to read the law. So go read 4057, highlight it, memorize it. It's the real estate statute that you should be familiar with. So just make sure that you refresh your mind on that.
4057.
40-57, that's the real estate salesman law.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Harvard, you've been approved to take the exam. I would share with you that it's very important for you to get as much education as you possibly can get in regard to real estate. Not get too much. And hearing about your past experiences, I would encourage you to be professional in every aspect of your business moving forward. You're given permission here to move forward with licensing, and best with your real estate career.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
You'll be hearing from the commission in regard to this.
All right, thank you. Y'all have a great day.
Okay.
We're going to, at this time, take a break for lunch. We will reconvene at 12:30 promptly. Thank you. Hearing's called to order. The quorum of the commission is present. This is the matter of Dwan Reese. Take a seat, please.
Dawn.
Dawn, thank you, Dawn.
Is this the 151 page? It's
No, sir. The one just before that, which is
41.
page 141. Yes, sir.
This is a matter of Dawn Reese. Does any member of the commission have reason to be recused from considering this application? The purpose of this matter is to determine whether the applicant can be approved to take the associate licensure exam. The hearing will be held in accordance with the provisions of the South Carolina Administrative Procedures Act and the statutes and regulations of the South Carolina Real Estate Commission. Everyone's reminded these proceedings are being recorded, that all witnesses must be sworn before they testify. All remarks are to be directed to the chair. Court reporter, please swear in the applicant.
Dawn Reese, D-A-W-N-E, Reese, R-E-E, S as in Sam, E. Yes. No.
Thank you. Ms. Reese, please raise your right hand so I can swear you.
Yes.
Reese, are you represented by an attorney?
No, sir.
You understand that you have the right to be represented by an attorney of your own choosing in this matter?
Yes, sir.
You're electing to waive that right and represent yourself instead, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you have any witnesses that you intend to call to testify on your behalf?
I do. Tyron Reese.
Please step forward, please, and be sworn in. Wade, did the commissioners receive the complete application package?
Yes, they have.
Please make certain that the court reporter and Ms. Reese have a copy of the application hearing materials included in the commission's packet to be marked as States Exhibit 1. This includes Ms. Reese's application, 4 pages, her criminal history explanation, 1 page, her court documents, 1 page, and Ms. Reese's SR&I report, 3 pages. What questions did staff have concerning this application?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, Ms. Reese submitted an associate application on July 29, 2025. Upon review, it was determined the application could not be approved at staff level because background checks reported prior criminal history. Ms. Reese did provide a criminal history explanation. The criminal history of concern was pleading guilty, no contest, or being convicted of in 1996, uttering a forged instrument.
Reese, are you ready to show us why you should be approved to sit for the exam despite the issues raised by staff?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Well, thank you guys for allowing me to come before you and speak. The situation at hand, I was a 16-year-old girl. I'm almost 50. And I had a friend that wanted to go to the mall and get our nails done. She provided the pay. I went along with her. I did not know that she had her checks from her mother's, from her mother. And when we got there, I guess when the associate asked for us to pay, there was a telephone number in the top corner of the check. The associate felt like, okay, let me call this number and see what's going on. He reached my friend's mother. At that time, I'm not sure exactly what was conversed about over the phone, but fast forward, she came, we both were arrested. I'm not sure what exactly happened to her, but for me, again, I was 16. So I did not have my mother had passed when I was 11, and my father was a drug addict. So I didn't have a lot of guidance. So After that, I think I did like some community service, paid some restitution, and went on about my life. I never saw her again. I'm not trying to make you guys feel like at 16 I wouldn't know right from wrong. I do. I would have chosen better had I known whose checks they were. So, speeding up, now that I'm an adult, I have superseded expectations from someone that has my background. I'm just going to elaborate just a little bit for you guys. I have 4 children, and 2 girls, 2 boys. I was on welfare, Medicaid, food stamps, etc. And I decided to get on Section 8, stayed on it for 5 years, graduated for my medical assistant. I've been a lead medical assistant for almost 20 years, different doctors opening their labs, performing quality control on their machines. After I stopped and ended that career, I began going over into the federal government, Social Security Administration. I stayed there for about 2.5 years. I then resigned due to things that don't need to be said, but I ended up at the Gaston County Department of Health and Human Services, the Adult Medicaid Department. So I'm a very resilient woman. I do not believe I am what my circumstances were. So I have my husband here, sorry, to just help me out a little bit.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Second. Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Tyron Reese. First, I'd like to say, I was in the military for 20 years, retired. So I know about loyalty and integrity, quite a little bit about it. So me having soldiers underneath me. But ever since I've met Dawn, she's always wanted to help people. That's all she's ever wanted to do is help people. And since I've met her, she's done that. Like she said, she's worked for different doctors, doing medical lead assistance. I've been in some of those clinics where some of the clients only wanted her to bring them back because they only trusted her because she was so, comfortable with her. And she made them feel extra comfortable, because that's what she does. She just really has a good passion and a good heart for helping people. So, there again, she worked at Social Security. Now she works at Gaston County, like she said. So she's been helping people along the way in different industries. And now she kind of just wants to level up and help people on another level. And that's helping people with their biggest asset. I too have my real estate license in North Carolina. So me and her is going to work together. While she has South Carolina, I have North Carolina. So we're going to partner up. But we do love helping people. And that's what we love to do. So, I just ask that you give her a little bit of grace, and not see her for what she was back then, which was somebody who didn't have a whole lot of guidance, and because she has come a long way, a long, long way. Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay.
I make a motion to allow Ms. Reese to sit for the exam.
Have a second? Is there any discussion? In favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Ma'am, and I think that it's wonderful. Licensed, however, you're licensed in 2 different states. It's very, very important to understand that. Both the law of South Carolina and to act accordingly. If you want to license in another state, you have to go through their procedure, licensing, and abide by that.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you.
Just to point out, clarify, on her application, she did do the reciprocity as well. She marked yes. You're not licensed in North Carolina presently.
No, sir.
Yeah, so that's not going to apply.
I think the question's confusing to people. This is what, the second or third one, what we've seen? So I think maybe there should be an asterisk about what it means. You are already licensed in another state, not that you want to become licensed in another state.
Right.
That's the problem we're seeing. And while she's here, frankly, Ms. Duncan, I'd like to know, I mean, this happened when she was 16. It's uttering a fraudulent check, which she may or may have not done. I thought we had put a procedure or process in where this could get approved without her having to come here today, because quite frankly, this is one of the least needed hearings I've ever been to, quite frankly.
Well, so the particular law that she was convicted under in North Carolina is considered a felony forgery, and so that's why. Yes, sir.
And I did do my best trying to go back and retract where the police officers did dispatch from to get a report, but it was in 1996. So.
Yeah, which is,
She got charged with a felony in North Carolina, which would have been a misdemeanor in South Carolina, probably.
Right.
exactly.
That's the reason you had to come today.
And my understanding is that when these events took place, she was 16. They actually waited until she turned 18 to charge her, which is also something that would not happen in South Carolina. So, yes.
Wait 2 years so he can charge her as an adult.
Any other comments from commissioners? If not, Ms. Reed, you're...
Thank you guys so much.
As to that question on the application, staff and I'll work on that, see if we can maybe clarify that question a little bit, so it'll be a little clearer to future applicants. I don't think so. I think it's been on there for several years, but
Hey, everybody.
Everybody's checking it today.
Yes. I see more people coming that have the two.
Ms. Jamison, you're the next one, if you want to come up and get settled. Commissioners, this is the one where we were having difficulties with the
that's a good point,
PDF, and y'all should all have printed copies of that, no? Yes,
Next
ma'am.
one as well, but only on.
Stapled? Oh, this one, okay, sorry. Commissioners, just so you're aware, the very first page of the packet, it's been handed to y'all on behalf of Ms. Jamison. The chair has been provided with an original of that handwritten letter with his packet.
Hearing's called to order. The quorum of the commission is present. This is the matter of Jackie Jamison. Does any member of the commission have reason to be recused from considering this application? The purpose of the matter is to determine whether the applicant can be approved to take the property manager's license exam. This hearing will be held in accordance with the provisions of the South Carolina Administrative Procedures Act and the statutes and regulations of the South Carolina Real Estate Commission. Everyone's reminded the proceedings are being recorded, that all witnesses must be sworn before they testify. All remarks to be directed to the chair. Court reporter, please swear in the applicant.
Jackie Jamison, Jackie Jamison, Jamison.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand.
Yes.
Jameson, are you represented by legal counsel?
No, sir.
You understand that you have the right to be represented by an attorney of your own choosing in this matter?
Yes, sir.
You're electing to waive that right and represent yourself. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you have any witnesses that you intend to call to testify on your behalf?
No, I do not.
Wade, did the commissioners receive a complete package application?
Yes, they have.
Wade, please make certain that the court reporter and Ms. Jamison have a copy of the application, hearing materials included in the commissioner's package to be marked as State's Exhibit 1. This includes Ms. Jamison's application, 3 pages, her criminal history explanation, 2 pages, Ms. Jamison's court documents, 4 pages, and her SR and I report, 3 pages. What questions did staff have concerning this application?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, Ms. Jamison submitted a property manager application on October 6, 2025. Upon review, it was determined the application could not be approved at staff level because background check reported prior criminal history. Ms. Jamison did provide criminal history explanation. The criminal history of concern was pleading guilty, no contest of being convicted of in 2002, breach of trust with fraudulent intent, more than $1,000, less than $5,000.
Jamison, are you ready to show us why you should be approved to sit for the exam?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
While members of the South Carolina Real Estate Commission, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak with you today. While in high school, I was employed at the Gap Outlet, and I was involved in the theft of merchandise by allowing my friends to get merchandise without paying, which resulted in termination of my employment, a felony charge, probation, and payment of restitution. I deeply regretted my conduct from that time. This incident, though regrettable, served as a profound lesson in responsibility, integrity, and the serious consequences of poor judgment. For the last 6 years, I have successfully owned and operated exclusive home decor and furnishings, a retail furniture and home decor business with 2 locations, one in Gaffney, South Carolina, and another in Pineville, North Carolina. I am also proud to note that Exclusive has been named Cherokee County's best furniture store numerous times. My experience as a business owner is a powerful testament to my established work ethic, reliability, and integrity. This venture has demanded constant demonstration of financial integrity by handling all revenues, budget, and compliance, management skills, overseeing multiple locations and operations, adherence to all business laws and regulations. I have maintained a clean record as a responsible and contributing member of the community, and this past incident has not impeded my success. I am absolutely committed to upholding the highest standard of integrity, adhering strictly to all South Carolina laws, and abiding by the ethical guidelines that govern property management. I am eager to earn your confidence and look forward to demonstrating the dedication as a trustworthy and effective license holder, serving the public responsibly. I also would like to add to that, me and my husband, we own 3 rental properties, so that's another reason for me to wanting to get my property management license, just so I can have a better understanding of what I need to be doing as far as leasing out our properties, because he puts all that on me. He buys them and that's it. I have to handle everything else. So that's another reason. And I've also been able to job shadow with 2 property managers within my community. So I'm kind of familiar with it a little bit, but I just want to further my knowledge of the field.
Jameson, commissioners, have any questions?
Jamison, what year was this?
It actually happened in '99, but I didn't go to actual court for it, I think, until 2002, maybe.
Ms. James, when you get your property management license, are you going to work under another property manager, or you just do your own
So
property
if
management?
I do want to work under another property manager.
Have one there in the Cherokee
Yes,
County area?
yes, I do, yeah. Thank you.
James, is there any additional relevant information that you want us to consider?
No, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there a motion to go into executive session for legal advice, or is there a motion as to the disposition of this matter?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve Ms. James.
Have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, Ms. Jamison, you are approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
And I'm sorry, Madam Court Reporter, the papers that the applicant gave us, those would be Respondents Exhibit 1 for purposes.
Kevin Washington?
That's nice.
Hearing is called to order. The quorum of the commission is present. This is the matter of Kevin Washington. Does any member of the commission application? The purpose of this matter is to determine whether the applicant can be approved to take the associate license exam. This hearing will be held in accordance with the provisions of the South Carolina Administrative Procedures Act, the statutes and regulations of the South Carolina Real Estate Commission. Everyone's reminded that the proceedings are being recorded, that all witnesses must be sworn before they testify. All remarks should be directed to the chair. Court reporter, please swear in the applicant.
Kevin Washington II, Kevin Washington.
Washington, are you represented by an attorney? You understand that you have a right to be represented by an attorney of your own choosing in this matter? You've elected to waive that right and represent yourself. Is that?
All right, all right.
Do you have any witnesses that you intend to call to testify on your behalf?
Yes, I do.
Full name for the record?
Angel Washington.
Sworn in, please.
Angel Washington, ANGEL WASHINGTON.
Wade, did the commissioners receive the complete application package?
Yes, they have.
Please make certain the court reporter and Mr. Washington have a copy of the application. The hearing materials included in the commission's package to be marked as State's Exhibit 1. This includes Mr. Washington's application, 5 pages. His criminal history explanation, 1 page. Mr. Washington's court documents, 4 pages. And Mr. Washington's SR&I report, 4 pages. Ms. Wade, what questions did staff have concerning this application?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, Mr. Washington submitted an associate application on June 12, 2025. Upon review, it was determined the application could not be approved at staff level because background checks reported prior criminal history. Mr. Washington did provide a criminal history explanation. The criminal history of concern was for pleading guilty, no contest, or being convicted of in 2016 3 counts of possession with the intent to distribute narcotics, and in 2016 possession of firearm during commission of a crime of violence, and they're both of felonies.
Washington, are you ready to show us why you should be considered or approved despite the issues that have been raised by staff?
Yes, sir. I just want to thank y'all for the opportunity, but specifically on the crime of violence, and if you have a certain amount of narcotic, it automatically falls into the category of violence. I did not have a firearm on me. It was in my house when I was arrested. So they tried to tie everything together, but it didn't work because I was facing a worse charge than that they had to drop because they tried to tie everything in together, which I was in 2 separate states away from the firearm and when I got incarcerated. But that said, it's been a long journey for me. Just growing up, my background is living with a single mother, me and my sister. And growing up, it was very unstable. And I come to realize, I take full responsibility for my actions, but I've come to realize that my upbringing in a way led me to do the things that I've done, trying to provide for myself. And I know I've made mistakes, but I've come out and I've done so much better for myself. I'm married now. I'm a business owner. I own my own trucking company. I'm a stepfather. I don't have any kids, but I'm a stepfather. Raising up 2 boys and trying to guide them in a way so they won't have to worry about their next meal or where they're going to sleep like I had to when I was growing up. You know, and just guiding them and stand on them on their schoolwork and making sure that they're focused, because I know that if we're not there for them, I am a prime example of where that leads. And me growing up now and understanding that I just want to do better. I want to get into real estate because this was a passion of mine. I was incarcerated. I read books on it and was like, this is what I also my trucking, which I did that. I got my license. I've been doing that for 6 years. Since I've been out 6.5 years. And I've been driving for 6 years. And I've owned my own business for 4 years. And just want to continue on that path. I work in the community. You know, we done food drives and just countless things. I've done speaking engagements on talking to youth about making better decisions, trying to lead them away from criminal lifestyles. And I just want to continue on that path. And also what led me to wanting to do real estate is when we bought our house 4 years ago, the process that we went through, especially dealing with COVID, like we wasn't able to have our agent with us to help us really. We've had to figure things out on our own. Like we had to go through a lot in that process, man. And I just want to be a helping force in that decision making, because it's a big decision buying houses and property, you know. So I just want to help people. I done wrong, but I'm on a path of doing right, and I want to continue that and grow. And I just thank you for the opportunity.
Washington, you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Angel Washington. I'm his wife. The words that describe him: accountable, reliable, loyal. God, he's come a long way, but I don't make it easy for him. You understand what I'm saying? I hold him accountable. I hold him accountable. Well, I'm a wife, trust. I hold him accountable. I have my own business too. When we first got together, he was working, but it wasn't what he wanted to do. It was just a way of survival. And after we bought our house, I said, quit your job and decide what you want to do and what path you want to go with your life. But you got 6 months to do it. He took off running in 2. He got his CDL license, he opened his business, and transitioning to another job, it took him 2 months. He was like, oh my gosh, I can't find a job. He went to real estate school. He's that type of person that honestly, whenever he sees a challenge in his way, he go get more education. He finds another way, another alternative to be able to still make it through and still be there for me, be there for our children, be there for anyone. So when I look at him, I see nothing but proud and success, and I know he's going to do great things.
Commissioners, you have questions?
I want to confirm, there you have no probation or anything of that nature?
No, sir.
You're fully clean, all reporting back to the government or anything?
Sir, I was released early for doing the right things.
That was 4 years ago.
Yeah, I've been out for 4 years.
Talk with the broker, Mr. Washington.
No, sir. I wanted to get through this process first before I move on to the next step.
But with me owning my own salon, I have 14 clients that are real estate agents that will come in and talk to him, and he asks them questions all the time, so.
Mr. Washington, is there any additional relevant in regard to this issue, this matter, or is there a motion to go into executive?
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion to allow Mr. Washington to sit, and I'm gonna make a comment before I get a second. You got your good one there.
I know. I appreciate it.
As long as you know. Good job.
When you find a good wife, you find a good thing, so he do.
My motion.
I second the motion.
Can her call?
Motion and a second to allow Mr. Washington. In favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, Mr. Washington.
Thank you.
Encourage you to follow the instructions of the person sitting directly to your left. And that you will be wide. Study, just as you prepared for your other exams. This is just the beginning of a career. Passing the licensing exam is just the first step. I encourage you to take every opportunity to encourage him to do so, to go and take the courses. You cannot get too much education in this business. Secondly, read, study, and know South Carolina real estate license law. Should you ever have to come before, and we do not want to see you, question will be asked, did you study the law? Do you know the law? And do that and abide by it, and we wish you the very best.
Sir, thank you.
You'll be hearing from the commission in regard to this.
Mr. Chairman, in anticipation that it was possible that we might finish application hearings early, we did make a notation on the agenda for today that if the hearings were concluded prior to 4 p.m., the commission could, in its discretion, begin working on any part of the items that are on the Thursday agenda. So if the commission would like to do that, we certainly could. We do have a number of staff members who are not physically present in the building this afternoon, so that will limit some of the things that we can do on that agenda. But we believe we have all the appropriate staff members here to discuss items 9, C, D, and E on tomorrow's agenda. as well as items 10B through H.
How long are you anticipating going today, 3 o'clock or so?
That is entirely up to the commission, especially since we would be picking things up.
That 9C, D, and E, and 10H.
9C, D, and E, and then 10B through H. We have all the appropriate staff members here to do those items. If the commission would like to start, maybe working through some of those.
I'd like for us to do that, and unless there's an objection.
I don't have enough. How would that, starting on tomorrow's agenda, for those who may come tomorrow looking to maybe follow up on what we were saying or doing? The agenda's been posted, right?
Yes, ma'am, the agendas have been posted. It was posted with that comment, though, that we might pick up items from this. And I know that one of the commissioners had a request that the video be left up a little longer than it is normally. So that would be a way to follow up. And of course, we'll eventually have our meeting minutes at some point in December. But
Just my, I don't have the agenda in front of me.
Not 8, but 9. I'm sorry, what are we doing today? Which one?
Is our agenda in front of us?
You gotta go back to the,
Oh, okay, back to the screen.
9C, D, and E.
I see it right here.
I'm a paper person, I'm computer literate.
Is there any objection to moving forward?
I don't know how to use
with these?
basically starting at 9C on the agenda for tomorrow and working our way through with the exception of 10A. Nine C is, if you open the PDF that is for tomorrow. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just basically starting at section 9C and we're starting to work our way through.
starting at 9C.
Yes, sir. It looks like 9C starts on page 19 of the PDF for tomorrow.
I've got it in writing. I don't have it. I can't find it in my notebook. What am I supposed to do? Tell me what
I'll get
I.
that for you.
Start with wholesaling.
Okay. Okay.
Like that.
I saw that. Which our way?
He was there a minute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Question was let's move to regarding wholesaling. I'm going to share with you. We were contacted by a company, and I was contacted by a company without going into details with the name of the company. The company's asking to partner with licensees in the state of South Carolina. They're a licensed real estate brokerage company with 10 agents, and they are going after investors and flippers as they only assign contracts. Do not take title to the property. Their portal takes you to an agreement that you must sign as a broker that shifts everything onto you as the broker and off of this company. They're basically dialing for dollars and selling contracts. Now, my reason for bringing this up is this looks like a duck, and I think that it is a wholesale situation where they are basically dialing for dollars and selling paper. Have any of you had an experience of this nature? And I'd like advice from council as to whether this is a possible violation of our South Carolina licensing law. Mr. Pickering, I see you.
Careful not to speak about wholesaling because of how I typically recuse myself. What I will say is that in the statute, the problem with the violations typically are marketing and advertising property in which you do not have some type of ownership interest. And so we see it in a lot of different names now as closing attorneys. Novations has been the one they're like, well, I'm not wholesaling it, I'm novating it, which is basically what a novation is. You have a contract between party A and B, and we're going to substitute the party's name out. Same contract, but all we're going to do is substitute the person's name out after I market and advertise it to sell it to somebody else. It still goes under the same issue of you're marketing and advertising property without a license, and you do not own it or have some type of ownership interest in it. And so we're seeing it in various different ways, exactly like you're talking about. But I think I handled that properly without speaking about wholesaling, obviously.
Yes, and so one of the things I do think, I reviewed the website for the particular company that the chair is talking about, and they claim on their website that they actually own these properties before they do this process. The concern I have is whether that is actually true or not, based on sort of the sales pitch that was given to the chairman. And so I think that that's something that our licensees just kind of need to be aware of, that if you're making an agreement with somebody like this, you need to make certain that they actually own that property. Because if they don't, it very well could end up being a wholesaling situation.
I also, because it was a link, I had in the details, just look kind of to the landing page, you know. They specifically use the term wholesalers on the landing. I don't know what I guess what the chairman is look closer into this model, and if because they do purport to have licensees. I'm not sure if they have licensees in South Carolina or if this is in another state. Licensees, and if they are licensed in South Carolina, are they actively wholesaling in violation of the law?
I also have, what state is this company based?
Not sure, we'd have to research that further.
Wholesaling is
to know.
legal in some states. So we,
It actually
if
showed-
their website says wholesalers and they're in Arizona, for example, then they're probably.
It showed a map of multiple locations, one of which was in South Carolina. That's why it actually shows one in Greenville, South Carolina, that they have an all.
Well, you know, there are some investors that I work with who are wholesalers in Arizona and other states that when they come to Greenville and other states, they recognize they can't do it that way here. So they're doing, they take title, then they sell it, or they do installment contracts and stuff like that. So there are some very good investors out there who actually do recognize that we have that law, and they will actually change their practices. They're legal in other states to modify and work in South Carolina. But maybe that's what this company's doing. I don't know anything about them, but.
So this appears to be a workaround the recent license law updates in regard to this issue. And My concern basically is what we discussed in our guidance document regarding wholesaling. This appears to be in violation of that on the surface. And that's why I wanted to bring it to the commission for discussion and see what your are. They do not intend, it appears from their website and so forth, that they're going to take, ownership interest. They are basically dialing for dollars and selling paper, which, is, we have dealt with this issue with wholesaling, and the question in my mind, is this in fact wholesaling? And if it is, what would the commission do about it, if anything?
So would it be appropriate, 'cause I think it is, but would it be appropriate to ask that this, since it's come before us, we've been made aware that it be turned over into investigations, let the investigations do an investigation? And if that is in case, if it is the case, then just or whatever it may be.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we could, the commission could direct staff to go ahead and file a complaint with regard to this so that it can be investigated. And that investigation obviously would give us a lot more information about what is going on with this specific company, whether they maybe have a nationwide model that is kind of one way, but something different they're doing here, and then we could flesh that out so that we know what we're actually dealing with,
Right.
with them here.
I would love that. Second, just a question in general. It'd be a lot harder to wholesale here if attorneys would refuse to do the deals, right? So I know like the attorneys in my area, the few that I know, they're very aware of what wholesaling is and they refuse to do it. So they go to Greenville, right, to close them out. My question is as a real estate commission, could we contact the bar or whoever it may be and say, would you please disperse this information? Obviously, either they don't know or they don't care because it's not coming from the bar. That this is against the law in South Carolina, and you should stop immediately if you are doing closings in what is obviously a wholesale situation.
Yes, sir. I could reach out to them and ask them if they'll publish that. I think the bar sends out a newsletter about once a week, or maybe it's every other week or so. And
The more effective
basically,
way would be to go to the title insurance companies and notify the title insurance companies that this is against the law and it's assisting in the breaking of the law. Title insurance companies will then notify their It's really where we get, as a real estate closing attorney, it's where we get more guidance than anything is from title insurance.
do they maybe have a professional organization or something like that, or is it just individual title insurance companies?
I mean, there's ALTA, American Land Title Association. In South Carolina, we have what's called the Palmetto Land Title Association. I think one of my law partners might be the president, or was. One of my former law partners was president of that last year, I think. So, but yeah, PLTA would be a place to go. And then in addition to PLTA would be to just reach out to the individual underwriters. Each one of the underwriters usually has underwriting counsel. They're lawyers that represent or speak on behalf of the title companies in terms of legal matters. And if you want to call me or email me, I can give you a list of every title insurance company that's licensed in South Carolina. It's not a lot.
So I could work it from both of those angles if you want to just
That would
try
be amazing.
to get the word out. And so what I normally do when I ask the South Carolina Bar to put something out is I take whatever our guidance document is, I normally summarize it in about 2 sentences, very concise, because that's the only part most attorneys are going to read at first, unless you can grab them in those first 2 sentences to have them think, ooh, I need to read this whole document. So that's what I'll do, is kind of summarize it in a short little thing, and then give them a link to our guidance, our wholesale guidance document that was originally issued, so that if there are attorneys out there who want to read the whole thing, they can.
That'd be ideal.
Yeah.
I think that would do more in curbing it than anything. If they can't close it, then
Right.
stop it.
Yeah.
Okay? Yes.
Writing that letter to the title companies and PLTA, I might suggest you also maybe direct them to the fact that the 40-year recorded listings are also illegal in South Carolina, because when I just ran across that myself, where a minority barely could speak English was trying to sell his house. He had one recorded against his title, and the closing attorney was going to make him pay it. I notified the closing attorney it was illegal. The title company's like, well, we don't know. I'm like, I can tell you it's illegal. There's 2 statutes on it. They wanted to argue the one statute. I said, well, look at 4057. It says they're unenforceable. And so at one point, they were literally going to make this poor guy pay like $8,000 to sell his house under one of these illegal things. I mean, how can you make this guy pay it? But so that might be a good idea to include that in the letter of recent things that have become illegal in South Carolina that you probably don't need to close.
Yes, sir, I can do that. And I know we did do a blast through for the attorneys in South Carolina for that not too long ago, 6, 8 months ago, something like that. But yeah, well, I can work on all that. Yes, sir.
Excellent ideas. Very good. All right.
I just, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
by going to this website, do you know what this company is actually doing, or do we need to dig deeper to see if it's violating the wholesaling statute?
Well, so that would be what the investigation is for.
Okay, so we don't know all the facts?
Correct.
Okay, gotcha, okay.
Correct.
Since we will be generating the,
Gotcha, okay.
bring it over to investigation, they will bring back details.
Because they'll be able to dig in to see what are they actually doing in South Carolina. Is there evidence of illegal wholesaling going on in South Carolina? And if there is, then, it'll go through that normal process through the IRC formal complaint and eventually come before this board for a presentation of either a consented to disciplinary something on some level or a formal complaint hearing.
So they just kind of reached out to you as the chairman of the...
I just got this as an...
okay. So they could be already doing business in South
Absolutely.
Carolina? Okay,
Yes.
gotcha.
Could very well.
Oh, I thought they reached out.
This is, and we talked about this, if you recall, when we discussed wholesaling, that there are business models that will be developed and that are developed, which attempt to circumvent these changes that we have to the license law, and specifically to wholesaling. This appears to me to be an example of that. That's why. Any other comments in regard to this? If not, let's move on to the next item.
Mr. Chair, the next item is review and consideration for approval of a form titled Explanation of Listing Options for Residential Sellers. Y'all may recall seeing a version of this, I don't think at our last meeting, but maybe the meeting before that. And we determined at that meeting we needed to do a little bit more work on the form, kind of tighten the language up a little bit. The form you're seeing it in your packet now is where we've gotten it to with that additional work. And I believe that Commissioner Lee might want to speak some to this. Commissioner Moskowitz might want to speak to this as well as to how they feel about this form and possibilities for considering it for approval for use.
Right. So if you guys remember the last time we were talking about it, we had to, obviously we need to clean some things up. So we worked on the form, then Daniel came up with some verbiage that helped better define to the average citizen that doesn't necessarily understand some of our titles or whatever it may be. We incorporated those in. We made sure that there was no question. This was definitely for residential only. And anyway, what it basically does is informs the public that if you're going to have a in-office exclusive, that's fine. It's your choice. You can do whatever you wish. But here are the potential downfalls of having it just in office, regardless of what a particular company or a real estate agent told you was these massive benefits, which there are none, so there's no confusion. But that's the 1 through 4. That way, if a member of the public chooses to go that direction, they at least know that it could cost them their highest and best potentially. Generally speaking, 99% of the time, It's just to better inform the public so that we protect the public so that they at least know what they're doing or what they're getting into and not being fed a sales pitch by a person or a company that's just chasing both sides of a commission.
Let me ask this. Are we talking about a mandatory form here that must be signed, or is this going to be a guidance document for licensees and brokers in charge?
So we put a signature on it for acknowledgement. What I would like for it to be is that, yes, if you're going to do an in-office listing, this is a requirement that you do have to give them this form. It's the only way to know that they're actually, the consumer, the public, people who we're trying to protect, have actually gotten it and read it.
I'd like to know from our advice council, with this not being specific in the law, as for in regard, what's the opinion or advice that you would give us? I want to make sure that we are staying within our charge as far as the commission.
Yes, sir. So there is a statute, 4057-350A, that talks about real estate licensees having statutory duties to their clients of loyalty, confidentiality, obedience, disclosure, accounting, and there's also some case law that talks about reasonable care and diligence. So this would fall kind of under that disclosure umbrella. Now, whether this form and its format here specifically is the only way to achieve that proper disclosure about if you're doing an in-house listing, these are potential side effects of that. Not necessarily. That doesn't mean that this commission could not seek at a later date to perhaps make this mandatory through regulation, though, make the use of this form regulation. This certainly could be a very useful form, though, for those brokerages that do in-house listings to be able to demonstrate that they did have this conversation with their client and that their client was well aware of, potential impacts. So just like we were talking about the disclosure of brokerage relationship forms at one of our last meetings, and whether the law actually requires it to be signed, which I believe we came down that it doesn't require it to be signed, but it does require that it be provided the way the statute is written. But we talked about the idea of, actually getting the signature from your client on that form is the best way to prove that you actually provided it to them. So this would be a great example of that, even if it's not made a mandatory form, that getting your client to sign this would be a great example that I had this conversation with them and they still chose to do an in-house listing. So in that regard, it would be an educational tool for the public, but it could also be a protection for licensees who choose to do in-house listings to say, yes, no, I had this conversation with my client and they still wanted to do the in-house listing with me.
I think you answered the question. It would not be a mandatory form because it's not specific in license law, is my question. So
Currently,
I understand the benefits, and I
Yes, sir.
agree with Commissioner Lee that this is a very, certainly would be for the protection of the public. However, my question was, is it statutorily?
So our
required?
statute allows the real estate commission to promulgate, whatever the word is, forms to protect the public as well as regulation. This is a form that would protect the public, but not only protect the public, as she said, it would also protect the licensee. In the example that Gary had sent where the reporter had gone through with a company that very much encourages in-house stuff, they got it under contract, it fell out of contract, and then they got $100,000 more than the initial contract because it was actually sent out to the open MLS. That's a perfect example of, well, there's actually, that's a lot of things. Number one, when this happens a lot, there's actually studies done of these in-office listings suppressing the values of particular areas. Because that once it closes under $100,000 where it should have been, that comp is $100,000 less. Well, if I'm the neighbor and I'm going to sell my house, it's now worth $100,000 less because of the comp, because that company talked them into keeping it in the MLS, which it shouldn't have been done. So what that document's going to do, which we are allowed via our statute to come up with, it's going to do multiple things. It's going to hopefully eliminate a lot of that. Number two, it's going to better inform the public so they make a proper decision when they decide to list their home. And number three, if they do decide to do that, and they don't think it through. They didn't have this form. They didn't have this knowledge base. All of a sudden, their neighbor got a cash offer for $100,000 more than the same. Then they're going to sue that agent, right? So we're also protecting the agent in that they can go, no, I told you this is what would happen, and you signed it. So it's not just protecting the potential client, it's protecting the neighbors, and it's also protecting the agent. So I don't think it gets any better than that.
Mr. Lee, if I could add, I hate to throw the word out, but in some ways, I think when you dictate or you push all of your consumers, all your clients to do in-house, it starts creating an antitrust issue in my mind because it does make it almost impossible for an agent to leave a brokerage. I have a friend right now who works in a brokerage that this is pretty much the standard. And every time I say, well, why do you still work there? Well, if I leave, I'll lose all access to these in-house listings. I won't be able to help my clients. So in a lot of ways, it does eliminate the ability of agents to leave. On one of the websites that I looked at where they push this private listing, it was rather funny. Under the seller section, it said you'll be able to get pre-shop your listing to learn its true value and to get the maximum for your house. Well, okay, well, first of all, that's the job of a real estate agent is to determine the value of your house. So I don't know why you need to pre-do anything. But on the other hand, it turned around and said, hey, buyers, buy from our program because you'll save money because you won't have to get into a bidding war. Well, it can't make more money for the seller at the same time save the buyer money. So it's a complete falsity what they're advertising. So again, this does protect the public. Where I would like to see this go is I would like to go a step further and at the top of it put warning before signing an in-house or private listing agreement, read and acknowledge the following. Because my fear is the way this is this is another document we hand the client that's kind of, here, sign this that says you understand you're doing a private listing with us. It's not, no, I mean, that's what's going to happen. So unless we put some warning before you agree you need to read and sign, the way it looks now is if I'm an agent wanting to do this and get away with it, I'm just going to say, oh, this is just the explanation of your listing options. I've already gone over this.
Sure.
No, you haven't.
Right.
So I would like to see warning before agreeing to private listing or in-house listing. Please reading and
The reason I think I wanted to discuss this is a topic that has come up in licensing law with the RELO, Association of Real Estate License Law, because it is an issue that is not unique to South Carolina. This is an issue that is being talked about throughout the United States with brokers. What I want to make sure that South Carolina does is that we stay within the statutes of South Carolina that we are required to work under, to make sure that if this is a statutory issue that we need to put before, to have put into the law, that we proceed with that. I agree with all the benefits of it.
Yeah.
I agree with what has been said as far as the benefits to the public, no question. What I want to make sure is that we are statutorily doing the right thing and that we're not, as a commission, coming up with a form that's going to be challenged, okay? That would be
like the
challenged.
statute that says that we have the right to promulgate forms that are in the behalf of the public, because if the statute says we have the right to promulgate forms that are in the benefit of the public, I think we all agree this is for the benefit of the public.
That regulations, I mean, that's what it's all about. So it's actually, do you have any idea which one? I don't want to look it
I
up.
think you might be talking about 405760 under subsection A3, maybe?
I've got a practical question while they're looking that up. So
Yes.
when these various brokerages have these in-house listings, are they, as a practical matter, they're not even letting it out word of mouth to all the other brokerages in town? Are they literally keeping it to themselves?
Your MLSs are allowing this to occur. MLSs in South Carolina, specifically the Canopy MLS, allowing this type of a
But are they truly keeping it in-house and not calling their buddies at Kane Company, if they're at Berkshire, saying, hey, this one's in-house, but, come look, are they
Depends on the rules
being
of the
selfish and keeping them?
Well, depends on the rules of the MLS.
Okay.
I can only speak to one MLS, which is very specific, as this is, if it's exclusive office listing, it says what you can and what you cannot do.
So most of them are not. They're keeping it in office.
Okay, yeah.
And at the end of the day, let's say there's 500 offices in the MLS, and you do call your buddies, all three of them, you still miss 97 offices. Right, gotcha. So,
I have a question, though, about this. I mean, I hear everything that's being said, so I know everybody does not have the same listing agreements, so that's another thing, because, you know, we don't have a uniform listing agreement that everybody uses, so I say that because, for example, our office uses the regular South Carolina listing agreement from the SCR. So there is a section in there, in your listing agreement, that actually gives you the option of making exclusive or in, you know, you can put in MLS. So is this going to be in addition to that? Because you have to explain that piece anyway as an agent when you are getting a listing. And you have to tell them, this is,
Sure.
these are your options, you know, you can keep it in-house, but this is what happens. Or you can put in MLS, this is what happens.
You
So
only sign it if you're doing it in-house. You wouldn't have to get it signed if I'm not doing it in-house, right? Is that what you're asking?
yeah, that's what
I
I'm
mean, I don't
asking.
think you would have to
So
get it
if
signed
you're,
unless you're actually
if you're
going to
not,
do the in-house.
yeah, if it's not going to be in-house, there's no reason to even bring it up. You don't need it. It's only if you take the action of making this listing an office exclusive where only my 7 agents can see it.
right, so that's my point.
Yeah.
So this only comes in according to your brokerage then, because every brokerage is operating on a different set of forms. And maybe that's what we need to look at. Because when you got 1,000 brokerages and everybody got their own forms,
It doesn't matter. So that's like saying, no, so if it's an
Even with that.
office exclusive, it doesn't matter. Let's say we both drive Mustangs, yours is red and mine is black, they're still Mustangs. Okay,
Right.
so regardless of the contract, if it's an exclusive office, if it's an office exclusive, where it's only going to be shared inside this office, then
Right.
yes, you got to use that. You need to sign
so
that.
that's what you're saying. You're saying if you're going to be having an exclusive listing,
Yes,
then this is the time this form is to be used.
correct.
Let me suggest that we go in.
Sure.
All right. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Let's move into executive session. We're going to move down the agenda.
Mr.
Yes.
I guess for this, can I make a motion that we table the review and explanation of listing options residential sellers form until sometime next year? Later date.
Later date.
Later date, that works.
Have a motion to table. Do you have a second?
Second.
In favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Thank you. All right, let's move down the agenda. E,
E.
And D, the travel approvals. There's no paperwork for 10D, but there is then paperwork for 10E beginning on page 34.
mid-year meeting, up April the 14th through the 16th.
First one is January 11 through
January
13.
11 through 13.
You vote on
Leadership.
this. I have a question for Advice Council on the approval of travel in general. It's come to my attention that one of the travels that we may have approved last month or month before last wasn't necessarily a real estate related class, but more of a class that's about the general running of LLR and committees. My question is, why was real estate asked to pay for that entire travel and not be split amongst all of the boards?
I'm not sure which one you're referring to, but, so I'm not sure.
Dave, you might remember, I can't remember the name of that one, but there was a travel recently that we approved. It was for Butler to go somewhere, but it wasn't a real estate related, it wasn't a RILO, it wasn't real estate related, but it was more related to how to function as an administrator in LLR, which I'm perfectly fine sending, but I don't think the cost of that should be borne by this.
Was it maybe a FARB
It
conference
was
or a
Clear.
CLEAR?
Conference.
Is that the one that's not real estate related? Is that the one that's? But regulations could also be builder regulations and barber regulations and nail salon regulations. So my question is, why is this board being asked to bore that cost, other than the fact that this board has money?
I wouldn't have the answer to that, I'm sorry. But
I'm kind of inclined to vote against all of these travels until we get the answer to that. I mean, I'm not trying to be that way, but we're always being asked to vote for stuff. I just want to make sure that we are good stewards of our money, and we're not using our money to pay for things that other boards need to contribute to.
Important for us to look at each of these.
Making a point.
I understand your point. So
Yeah, and I would say, I think every one of these is in a RILO conference, am I correct?
yes.
So they're all real estate related, so I think that would solve. I would be fine moving ahead with these, I think, if you want to.
Fair question, though.
I guess Ms. Butler will be here tomorrow. Maybe she can answer for us.
I'm not, well, I'll have to have staff look back and see which one that was so that we can figure it out and see if we can get an answer to that. Yeah, we'll look into it and see if we can get an answer for you. If we can't figure it out in time for tomorrow's meeting, I'm sure we can figure it out in time for the December meeting to get an answer.
Wade, would you like to present these?
Yeah, so staff is seeking approval for Commissioner Reinhardt and our program director to attend the Leadership Symposium that's scheduled to be held January 11 through 13 in Biloxi, Mississippi. And this is also an Arello symposium.
Reinhardt and
And Ms. Butler. They both got invites to attend.
Just to share with you, this.
Why wouldn't you go to this?
I didn't receive an invite for this particular one.
Okay, sorry.
What are you?
Just rub salt in the wound,
I'm
but whatever.
sorry, I did not. not,
have all your peers on this one.
I did not know. I was trying to get you. No trip.
We have a motion on the floor.
Biloxi.
Don't blame me. Gambling. That's true.
I'd make a motion to approve the travel for 2026 Aurelio Leadership on January 11th through 13th.
Question of clarification for the record. The approval is for the 2 staff members that Ms. Wade mentioned?
That is correct.
Or, excuse me, 1 staff member, 1 commissioner?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have give a little explanation of this. Legal exchange. Legal exchange is coming up. Isle of Palms. Well, fortunately, being on the asked for potential locations. 3 locations that were submitted. Washington, D.C., the other was Scottsdale, Arizona, and I submitted the discussion. Washington, D.C. was eliminated, and Scottsdale, Arizona, and Isle of Palms. Conference is a legal exchange. One other legal exchange that was extremely successful held at the Wild Dunes. The dates are down for that. Request is for legal
Yes, also for that, you were going through all the staff members that will attend, so you're correct. For Isle of Palms, we're talking about the commissioners, our legal team to include Ms. Duncan and also Ms. Davis, and up to 5 additional staff members to include myself.
You are invited on this one.
Go on this one. Awesome.
John, on this one, is that,
Way better than Biloxi.
is that the legal and thing that we talked about earlier?
This is the legal exchange. Basically, separate one is the mid-year meeting. Also, primarily the attorneys and the
That is correct.
not open to all of the members of Aurelio, obviously, because this conference
Wade, and then,
I mean,
what other do we need that are legal? Is that?
I'm not sure who else they were considering. I know Ms. Davis, who is your normal ODC, they were looking at, and me, as far as attorneys. I'm not aware of any other attorneys specifically. I know Ms. Wade was looking at going, but I don't know which other staff
Licensed.
members.
I put up staff.
there's a registration. Obviously, we've got 2 attorneys who'd like to attend. You would be welcome, and probably other members of the commission in the conference. I mean, they have not. As well, but this league
Mr. Chair, I appreciate it. I'll be coming up for air about that time, so, but I'll be wanting to go on every trip, later in 2026 and going forward. Thank you.
Do we have a motion?
Oh, we've already named plus 5 more? Oh, 5 total?
Yes.
Okay.
I thought it was.
I understood it as.
Who are these other 5?
That was my concern, was we were talking about 9 people, and I was going, So we're talking about the 4 plus potentially up to 1 more.
Aye.
Excuse me, thank you.
There you
Thank
go.
you. I was getting comfortable back there. All right, mid-year is 2026 mid-year in Louisville, Kentucky. Once again, it's on the East Coast here. The schedule is before you. I'd like to submit this for your approval. Wade, you
And
want to
that's 5
comment?
staff members also and commissioners that wants to attend.
Any of the commissioners that would like to attend, plus
I do.
staff members?
Really, 2 commissioners.
2 commissioners?
Do we need to know by? I mean, April's still 6 months away from me to try to figure out, can I go?
If I get what we had talked about earlier, if I get that worked out, for sure. So I will make plans to be there.
I would like to try to go, but I don't sure if I can, it's hard.
As far as commissioners are concerned, do we want to say up to 4, up to 5 commissioners? That does not mean that we have to, that you have to do
Right, and
that.
that probably means we hold off paying for those commissioners until we know for sure,
Absolutely.
because I think one time we were trying to decide and the commissioners got paid for it, and some of us didn't go, so we got to hold off paying for that until we know for sure.
Have to submit the travel for approval. in-
Yes.
4 or 5, whatever you suggest.
Right, and staff members, how many staff members, Ms. Wade?
5,
Up to 5?
yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to approve up to 5 commissioners and 5 staff to travel to the 2026 Arillo Mid-Year Conference, April 14th through 16th, 2026.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Before we vote, I thank you and encourage you to attend this wonderful opportunity to not only network with other commissioners from the other states, but the educational opportunities are there. It's there for our investigators. It's there for brokers' sessions. A lot of issues on the table that you have the opportunity to talk to other commissioners from other states, find out what they're doing. They share information. So it is an excellent meeting. So with that being said, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Next item on the agenda, Commissioners Collins.
Change of meeting dates is
Change
next.
dates.
Date, excuse me, I'm not,
There is not a document in the packet for that.
oh, okay, change of dates, thank you.
Well, Mr. Chair, we are proposing 3 date changes for next year. One is to move the January 14th, 2026 date to January 21st because of the Leadership Symposium. The dates will overlap. So we're looking at moving it to the 21st, January 21st, 2026.
So just for the commissioner's sake, it's in the folder, these dates, in your blue folder. What was that first one you wanted to change? I apologize.
January 14th to the 20th.
Second one,
The second one would be to move February 14th 2025, and we're proposing two dates, either the 18th of February or the 25th of February. We would prefer the 25th so that our advice council would be able to be there with us.
February 11th to what day?
February 25th? March 11th through 12th, that's the two-day meeting, and we're looking to change that to March 18th through 19th. And the conflict there is the legal exchange symposium.
Tell me that February date again.
We're looking at two dates, so from February 11th, we're looking at changing it either to the 18th or the 25th. So it'd be the following Wednesday,
So we marked out the
preferably.
February.
Yes, ma'am.
January 21st,
21st.
14th to 21st. Second is February 11th to the 25th. March
18th through 19th. It's the two-day meeting.
two-day meeting, 18th and 19th.
Here, before we vote, can we just look quickly, just at the rest of these dates? I mean, I guess I'm curious, why are we meeting on April 1st, the next one? That's going to be really quick. Middle of the month.
I recall there was some sort of a conference that tends to be in the middle of the month of April.
The SER conference, I think. Is it?
That's the Louisville, Kentucky meeting.
Yeah, there you go.
Arillo Conference, 14th through 16th is Arillo.
So the reason it was April 1st is because originally the dates for March were 11th and 12th, and because we're moving those dates to, I think, a week or two later, so we can move the April date. I would just need to make sure that we have a meeting room available for that date.
Try not to drive.
What are your wishes?
It's spring break week for most people.
That is spring break.
That's, yeah.
Leave it the first then. I don't care. Odd date, I thought.
April 1st.
Date locally, like if I come in the night before.
September 16th, Arillo Conference.
Correct, that was the next one. We were looking at potentially moving it to the 23rd. Yes, ma'am.
What, April 22nd? No, April what?
September 16th, the 23rd.
Find out a year in advance. Barely can plan my.
I know, we're so far out, I don't know.
Unfortunately, the one that we have to make out a long flight for.
Don't need to, you don't need to plan
We
that
have to
far in
fly a long
advance.
way.
You don't
I
need
need
to
to,
plan
you know,
that far in
plan out in
advance.
Relevant
advance.
meeting is September the 14th.
14th through,
Only through the 16th?
14th through the 21st, you mean?
I was about to say, 'cause that one is normally more than
7 days.
17th, let's get 14th through the 17th.
So we would need to be there at least 1 day early and 3 days past for flight
13th through
purposes.
the 18th.
13th through. I would check, and because these dates right now are
And obviously, if those dates change again in the future and we need to look at rescheduling dates, always come back and revisit this, so.
others that you see.
Yes, sir, we do.
November 11th is Veterans Day.
I think we had moved that one to,
Wait, don't start over?
Sister on a whole new
I mean, there's like 2 that are staying the same. I didn't even know we were talking about November.
Hold on. One at a time.
that meeting's on November 4th. It had already been changed.
Oh, it was showing on here 11/11.
On that printout?
You have a different page than we do.
Well,
Mine says the 4th here.
I'll make sure to put updated 2026.
yeah,
I'll email them too.
Be great.
I got it out of the folder.
Still got another.
To help the court reporter out, I think we're going to have to do a recap.
Okay, well,
have no idea.
I'm sorry, but before we leave, November 4th is NAR's conference in New Orleans. Schedule these like 8 years in advance, so I kind of.
All right, do we want to look at, the 11th is Veterans Day, so
My birthday.
Second that motion.
Yesterday was my birthday.
11,
Hey, happy birthday.
I look at you, I'm like, no, there ain't no way.
that sound would work for everybody, okay?
It's Veterans Day.
Veterans Day.
Yes. And it appears that the only room that is open all day that day is the PD room. So we'll just have to be done on time
30.
We will be out by
It's
3.
with birthday cake.
birthday cake. My
No, it's
birthday.
Gary's birthday.
Yesterday was my birthday.
So you're not going to be
35
there,
years
let's
old,
be
man.
honest. Off course.
Possible once it's finished.
Okay, so
That is-
Have a motion in regards to these dates, and we'll
would you like me to do it, sir? Okay. My understanding of the motion is that the January meeting will change to January 21st because of a conflict with the Leadership Symposium, that the February meeting will move to February 25th because of another conflict that I didn't catch in my notes, that the March meeting will move to March 18 and 19 because of a conflict with the Arello Legal Exchange Conference, that the September 23rd meeting, the September meeting will happen on September 23rd because of a conference with, another conflict with a different Arello conference, and that the November meeting will move to November 18th because of a conflict with the ANAR conference.
Celebrate my birthday with me because y'all are my family.
Yes, and so we can have birthday cake.
All right, we have the dates. We have a motion.
Motion.
Second.
Second.
Aye.
College training classes.
Or do you want to?
I think we have one more, the Commissioners College.
We have the Commissioners College program, and this, the reason I wanted the college program on here is I would encourage each and every one of our commissioners online and take the college course. And the reason how the commissions work, what that we already know all the correct procedures. However, I will share with you once you encourage you, they're online now. You should well worth your time. You could
And I believe staff in researching this found that there is a fee to take this class, a fee per person. So if there's interest in taking this, there would be a need for a motion to approve for, all the commissioners to be able to take the class if they have not already. Also, I'd like to put a plug in for myself. I'd like to take this class.
absolutely, yes. Well, do I have a motion? Is there a motion for approval for those commissioners who would like to take the Commissioner College courses? There are 2 of them. Would pay the expense of them taking the Commissioner College courses. If you want to include staff in that, obviously we would want legal counsel. But if there are other staff members that would choose to take college, I would encourage you to do so.
I'd make a motion that any commissioner and advice staff that wants to take the commission, that the commission would pay. Ms. Davis, if she so chooses, I'd throw her in as well. Commissioners and the 2 attorneys, that any of those who would.
I would second that.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that, and I think you will find it very worthwhile time.
Mr. Chair, that's something we can take at our leisure, just.
Your leisure.
Not, okay.
There's no timeline on it. It's available to you, and we just wanted to make it available to you and encourage you to take that.
I guess would we just need to contact
I was about to
staff to
say that.
say, we want
Yes.
to take this class, then you would handle the.
Yes.
And the only other thing for today is if there's anybody with.
Mr. Chair, did you to take this class by a certain time?
Ma'am,
Okay, just
I'm
keep in
going to
mind the
leave it
fiscal
to
year
their
ends.
discretion.
Okay, just want to keep in mind that the fiscal year ends June 30th, so take that into consideration.
Right. So the key with that is we're not normally allowed to cross fiscal years for things. So if you want to take it this year, they would want us to try to have it finished by June 30th. And for anybody who hasn't yet taken it again, if we needed to do an additional approval in July to allow for the new fiscal year, we can do that.
Right.
I do have a question, if I could take up a minute of public comment. You guys may know the answer. I've had a lot of people say, how long do our YouTube videos stay up after like today, for example? Can you show me later? Because I can't find it. I've had a lot of people say it's up for a day or so, and then what they would, like, educators, et cetera, they like to be able to review it, and they can't find it a week later, much less a month later. That'd be great. If it's something on there that you can set it that way, I mean, if we could have it up for like 90 days, just so that everybody actually has an opportunity, because a lot of people are watching, they don't want to watch it today because we're going to be in executive session for 4.5 hours. They want to watch it the next day or the next week or whenever, or a topic comes up and one of the educators or whoever says, okay, that was discussed, a meeting or two back, but they can't access the video.
I'll agree with you. I've had educators ask some archive or some way they can go back and say, we want to see the May meeting. Several asked me about that, and I'm like you, I've looked, and I can't figure it out myself, how to do it.
I will say staff has inquired about that. We all agree that it should be up longer than just the short amount of time it is. I believe Ms. Butler has researched into it, but I myself, I don't know what ended up with that. So we can definitely look into that again.
Thank you.
And speaking of,
Public,
I would suggest, just for my own record, I was suggesting to the commissioners that you also just go back sometimes and take a look at the meeting, see what is happening in our meeting from the view. Sometimes we don't look, okay, I'm just saying, because we don't, I'm just saying, I've seen it, and we look like we're having fun, so I'm just saying, it's nothing wrong with having fun, you want to always look professional.
Make a public statement saying that is never the case.
It's not.
any other comments? Public? Open for public comments, public, if there's anyone. Hearing none. Thank you all, and we'll look forward to seeing you in the morning. Yes, we need a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to adjourn.
Kent, Gary.
Motion is second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.